Okay, how's the music sounding there? Also, where's my Fugi? There I am. Okay. Okay. I need to use the bathroom before I get started. Oh, I also need to change my category now. I save. Ah, that's fine. Okay. There we go, that is saved. Alright, so I will run to the bathroom. I shall return. Okay, thank you for waiting. Hi! Welcome, Woven Pixel. Let me know if you prefer Woven or Pixel, or if you want both. I just used the bathroom and got a snack. Oh, I need to change the pinned message. Oh, I also need to open the rulebook. That would help too. Jeez. Pixel? Okay, cool. Sorry, I checked my phone because of family birthday wishes and saw the throw notifications and nearly started crying again. Okay, so this is done. I need to actually open the rulebook. Would help. Okay, and then I'll give a brief overview of the story thus far. That was epic. Okay, I did this, did that. I haven't played this game in over a week, and it's just been Stardew, Stardew, Stardew. So now I need to completely reset my brain. Okay, so I got the music going. Let me know if the music is too loud. We should be safe now. Couple of my VODs for this game will not be able to get monetized in the future because I've screwed up the music selection and yep, copyright triggers everywhere. All right, what? Let's see. Okay, so let me pull this up for the time being. Yeah, oops, indeed. Silly me. I failed to remember that stupid Spotify does not repeat a playlist when it runs out. It just pulls up whatever nonsense it thinks works, and that was not desired. So failure to think about that on my part. I mean, lessons learned. So today I've got some piano, mostly piano music from Pixabay, because thank goodness you can find classical music on there that is longer than 2 minutes. You can actually filter 4 tracks longer than 8 minutes. So I should be set. I've downloaded them. I've got them on a playlist, set to repeat the playlist. I should be good. It's gonna be classical for this game, because this is sort of like a Regency Victorian era kind of setting that we're kind of rolling in. Okay, so Eyes on the Prize. Just catch up, because I know it's been a while and it's been a long game. Can't go wrong classical. Indeed. I do actually appreciate classical music. So this pleases me. So Eyes on the Prize is originally a duet game, although you play with 2 players. You can also play with 4 players as 2 couples. But I wanted to try playing it solo, And so far, so good. There's been a couple of things that would rely on a second person being there for judgment calls, but yeah, otherwise, not that bad. I except it doesn't really feel too much like a game anymore. It feels more like you're just writing a bunch of prompts, but I'll make a final judgment call when I finally finish this game, and I would like to finish this game. So I'm skipping cards that don't affect the numbers here because these numbers are what's going to trigger boiling point events, which may end the game. And I am going to try not to spend too much time writing today. Because boy, I got really into the writing. But it's going to be a nice chill stream. Perfect for background listening if you have things to do. And then as for the story, so one side of this fake marriage TTRPG, because that's what the game is about, you have two characters that get married to accomplish a goal, and they have to keep up the ruse until they accomplish their goal. Because they are not actually, like, married. They might be legally married, depending on, like, how the marriage is set up. In this case, my couple is legally married to each other, but they have to pretend that they are actually in love with each other. Because one person, Tabitha, who goes by she, her, is the daughter of an archduchess. She's generally introverted, calm, reflective, but she's become withdrawn over the last few years because of some terrible partnerships that she's had, some romantic relationships that did not go well. And her problem is that the first ex was pretty abusive and is back in town, and it's not that publicly known that he was abusive. And since Tabitha is still unmarried, it's looking to be like people are starting to eye the two as a beneficial marriage. So there's a potential that an arranged marriage may come into play, and Tabitha does not want that. One second, I'm gonna crack open my soda. Okay. On the other side, we have Flory, goes by they, them pronouns. They were a cook in the kitchen of the Archduchess's estate. And they're a pretty cheerful person. They are career-minded, so they were content with being a cook in the kitchen because they wanted to work their way up into being the head of a kitchen. They're a commoner, and they don't have that much in the way of money, so starting their own restaurant would be pretty impossible, at least not for a long, long time. However, their parents had gotten themselves into debt with some scary loan sharks when they were a kid. It almost cost the family, like, their life and livelihood, and Flory never wants to go through that again. They were helpless then, and they want to be in charge of their life now. But now the loan sharks are back and are trying to, like, do things or whatever. So besides money, because money didn't solve it the first time, Flory also wants, like, needs some kind of power, some kind of something. They need an ally, basically. Oh, I got something on my hand. Okay. And then for the plot, which is why these two characters are, like, hooking up and stuff. Let's see. Oh, I already kind of read all this. I could have just read this. I'm silly. Okay. So the two characters happen to meet. They have a conversation on the, like, in the estate property. They tell each other their problems, and they go, hey, why don't we get married? Like, fake our marriage, and then once it is socially acceptable, we'll get divorced. Tabitha will be able to retreat back into being, like, her normal, introverted hermitude, so to speak. Gets left alone. And then Flory would be able to still make a living because they're going to form a restaurant as part of the marriage. And Tabitha will leave the restaurant to Flory. That way Flory won't be ruined by scandal after the divorce. Because they want it to end peacefully. Like, beneficial for both parties. So yeah, their problems may be solved for now, but can they make it to divorce, or will they actually fall for each other for real? And they also have to pretend to be very lovey-dovey, because Flory is a commoner. Tabitha is the daughter of an archduchess. However, the archduchess, Aline, is kind of like, she's a big romantic. And that is why she blessed the marriage with commoner, especially a very quick one, because she is a romantic herself, knew that her daughter had had bad luck with love, and blessed the union anyway. However, if it, if they can't keep up the charade, then it's not going to go well. Alright, and then I have these three numbers here, these three tokens. We got affection, which dictates how much the characters are in love with each other. Got the plot, which is how close they are to accomplishing their goals. And then suspicion, which dictates how much suspicion there is towards the relationship. Just gonna move these down here. Alright. Take a swig of soda. And in the last session, let's see, I had some notes. Oh, it was this recap. So the pair has been doing pretty well. There's been some hiccups with the relationship. Yeah, we have a Discord. It's for both me and Cheeky, so it's a 2-for-1 special. Same with the subscribers only channel. You only have to be subscribed to one of us to get access to it. Let's see. So this was the session recap I wrote before. Yes. There's a bit much to recount, but there has been some ups and downs, some back and forths. The two are slowly kind of falling for each other, but then usually Flory will make a mistake and set them back a little. But that's okay, because, good romantic drama needs the drama. Yeah, like I said, this has been turning out to be a journaling game. My last session was 5,000 words. So there's too much to really recount here. But I am going to be writing up everything that happens as a story. It's going to be longer than a short story. But it's not going to be a full-blown novella. I hope. But I'm going to write it up into a cohesive story, put it as a PDF, and then release it to the community. So now's actually a great time to join the Discord, because that is how it will be distributed. Okay, so I was scrolling down to the bottom of this because I needed to see whose turn it was. Okay, so Tabitha was last, so now it's gonna be Flory. I've been alternating point of views like you would see in books. Because normally in like romances, sometimes when you have a dual POV, you would alternate chapters. So this like drawing of the card and then writing the prompt out has been working really well for that. Alright. And if you have any questions about the game and what I'm doing, just let me know. This is session 4, so I'm a little neck deep in it now. And I may not have explained something clearly. Also, a certain flame stun locked me earlier. Actually shattered me live on stream, which I'm still trying to process. I'm pretty sure I'll cry again after the stream, but alright, I got an ace of clubs. This is upside down. Here we go. I got these cards. I love them so much. I have no idea what you mean. Yeah. You know what you did. Okay, ace of clubs. I'm scrolling down to the prompt section. This is a game that you pay money for, so I'm not showing it on the stream. Alright, ace of clubs does have token change, so I will proceed with that. I do love a great journaling game. They are one of my most played games. Oh, then yeah, if you're a fan of the fake marriage trope in romances, then this would be a great journaling game, because there's not really much of a mechanic to it. Let's see. I'll go ahead and paste this in so you can see what I mean. So I drew a card, and it coincides, relates to, I don't have the phrase, but basically it gives me this prompt. In conversation, something is innocently mentioned that, in the context of it all, makes you both burst into laughter. What is it? How do you explain what's so funny? +1 affection, +1 suspicion. So here you would see I would do +1 affection and then +1 suspicion, but I don't do anything else. Like, really, I don't have to, like, I wouldn't have to write anything. Like, I'm gonna write something, but in the way of engaging with mechanics, there's not too much of that. Like, there's no skills to use, there's no... I mean, sometimes you roll a dice to see how well you did in certain trials, but there's no way to alter that. Like, you're just rolling a dice just to see, so it's like a randomized outcome. So as a journaling game for like writing, it's pretty great. But as a like an actual game, I'm not too sure about it. Okay, so yep, this is the part where I go quiet and start writing. But I'm gonna try not to write for too long today, because I do want an outcome for this game. I got really close in the last session, but then I drew a card that knocked back affection, and I was so disappointed. Because it's like, darn it, I was so close to getting 10. Actually, what was the vibe I left off on? Because I could reread the last prompt I did. The last prompt was a marital trial. Okay, so yes. It has been fun because some of the prompts I've been able to kind of chain together, which in terms of like writing a story has been very awesome. Because it just flows together. Alright, so it was Tabitha's POV marital trial. The prompt was, obviously the ones who care about you want to see who the hell has swept their friend so thoroughly off their feet, and they have high standards. Each partner should roll a d8. The lower roll is the one being interrogated. If you roll doubles, a combo troop from both your social circles has arrived for inspections, and token changes are doubled. And I rolled the dice to determine the outcome. And it was, uh-oh, the nerves have set in and the interrogated spouse is overcompensating. Set a stopwatch for 60 seconds and sing your own praises without stopping. If you repeat yourself more than twice, say something that your spouse finds irritating, or make another player cringe or wince. -2 affection, +2 suspicion. And this would be the part where you kind of need another person, because you are trying to avoid this outcome, and the judgment call of whether you avoid it or not comes from the other player that you're playing with. So I think, if I remember correctly, I wrote, and made my own judgment call about myself. This is so far the only part that's been a little bit hard for me to figure out how to properly solo. But if you're not that hung up on it, you could just roll with it. Tabitha thought things were settling into a routine without incident after that run-in with Nika. But alas, the consequences of that day were not yet finished with her. Duchesses Grenadine and Felicity, their wives, by the way, happy pride, came calling one day, not unannounced, but still on as short a notice as socially acceptable. And it seemed the two of them had a scheme, because the moment Felicity coaxed Flory into showing her around the estate garden, Grenadine pounced on Tabitha. "All right, my dear, spill it," Grenadine said, half-joking threat and half-genuine concern. "You must tell me what really made you fall in love with Flory. I know what happened with your last lovers, so I know you're not the one to fall in love at first sight, like you've been proclaiming. So tell me, what is it?" Tabitha's heart pounded in her chest, caught by surprise. She cast about for her rehearsed story, but Grenadine had already heard it. She needed something else. "Flory is an excellent cook, you know." Grenadine rolled her eyes. Yes, but unless you believe that whole food is the way to one's heart rubbish, that's not exactly enough to make the daughter of an archduchess swoon over a commoner." "Flory is an amazing person," Tabitha retorted, voice growing shrill in her panic. "They're twice the person that despicable lowlife is. I've never been so thoroughly loved by someone like I have been by Flory. And her face grew beet red. She could feel it, but she had to do something. And they're good with their hands." Grenadine covered her mouth in amusement and looked as if she was going to say something, but a voice interrupted. "I am a pretty good cook," said Flory, rounding the corner. They were smiling, but it was that same gentle smile Tabitha had seen before. "But it wasn't my cooking that won her over. I love her, truly, for who she is and not who she thinks she needs to be. I love that she loves books. I love that she loves music. I love the way she eats my cooking, and yes, I love the way she looks when I use my hands that I am so skilled in using. She has been the light of my life, and I try my best to be the same light in hers every day. I hope I'm managing it, and that she'll tell me that if that light falters, for I will do my best to reignite it. Tabitha was stunned. Her face felt as hot as a beacon itself. Grenadine and Felicity, who was trailing behind Florrie with a smug smile, weren't aware of what Florrie's words truly meant. If that light falters, I'll do anything to reignite it. It was from one of Tabitha's absolute favorite poems. How did Florrie know it was one of her favorites? And they had learned to recite it, or at least learned enough of it to reference it in a spur-of-the-moment speech. She almost felt faint as the entirety of what they said hit her, and Florrie had to catch her gently under her arm to tug them into their side, stabilizing her. Oh my, I've never seen Tabitha actually swoon before. How cute! Grenadine giggled. I think I've learned what I needed to know. Thank you, my dear, and I wish the two of you happiness. The two duchesses bid them farewell and left. Florrie sighed with relief when they were alone. How much of that did you mean? Tabitha asked, unable to meet Florrie's eyes. I may have played it up quite a bit, I'll admit. Hope I didn't embarrass you too much with the hands comment, they said. They sounded nervous. You aren't mad at me, are you? About that light stuff, That's one of my favorite poems. Yes, it is. How did you know that? I've seen the book in your room a lot. I borrowed it. Not from your room, just when you put it away in the library. I borrowed it then. Florrie scratched the back of her head, fidgeting. Well, Now Tabitha faltered, unsure of what to say without bursting into flames. Thank you. It was lovely. She turned away, ignoring how her tail swished behind her with rapid agitation. You're welcome, Tabitha, came the soft reply behind her. Her cheeks burned. I forgot to mention that Tabitha is also half badger folk, so she has a tail. So yeah, so Florrie as a commoner cannot read very well. At one point, they made a blunder, pissed off Tabitha, and to make up for it, conspired with a fellow friend from the kitchen who is on good terms with a butler who can read, and recited part of a poem to Tabitha. Like, learned it, recited it, and basically made up with her. So this time, Florrie had learned not just any poem, but had determined one of her favorite poems and managed to swing that in there. And most of what was said was for the sake of keeping up the charade. But things have been nudging the two closer and closer together. It might not be a charade anymore if I can help it. Right, I'm going to take a bite of my snack, take a little drinky, and then I'm going to work on this prompt. Oh, yay! Thank you. I'm glad. I've been having a lot of fun writing this romance, basically. The fake marriage trope is a personal favorite of mine. Cheeky's not that big on it, so I wouldn't really get to play this game with another person. So I was like, let me try to solo it. And I looked over the mechanics, I was like, yeah. You draw a card. That corresponds to a prompt. I'm like, okay, I could do that. It's just the only hang up I have is that I'm not sure how to handle like a secondary judgment. I could use an oracle, but I don't really know how to like influence the oracle, I should say. I'm just trying to think. 'Cause I feel like this scene should reference something, but maybe I just won't. I don't want to spend too long writing either. So maybe I don't have to think back so hard. Okay, there we go. I managed to keep it short. Woo! Good job, me! Alright. Florrie was beginning to enjoy a comfortable familiarity with Tabitha. They weren't quite friends. They seemed more than that somehow, but they weren't lovers. Florrie wasn't sure how they felt about it in general. Their heart was a tangled mess of stress, of keeping up the public appearance, the restaurant business that was happening more quickly than they expected, and navigating new relationships with nobles. But every time Florrie saw Tabitha smile, the day felt brighter, their worries lesser. Maybe they were getting too comfortable. At a tea party with the Archduchess present, someone made a reference to something Tabitha and Florrie had mentioned as part of their ruse. Florrie couldn't remember what it was, but they had both burst out laughing, which was apparently the wrong reaction judging by the Archduchess's frown. Yet, Florrie didn't feel worried about it, because Tabitha had leaned into Florrie's side in her glee, and it felt good to laugh with her. They had a shared secret that could cause both of them a great deal of pain and hardship if it was discovered. But when they were together, Florrie didn't feel so alone in the struggle. Right. Was I doing? I was not doing that. Okay. Next is gonna be Tabitha's POV. Let's draw a card. Yep, that made an affection go up, so I'm pretty happy with that. We are getting so close to 10. Alright. 5 of diamonds. I'm also running out of cards. They're like, this game could be played in 3 to 4 hours. And I'm like, are you sure? Oh, no. Okay, so this... This one is a prompt. I will probably also not spend too much time on this one, mostly because I'm not entirely sure how this will go. Or would go. You commit a terrible faux pas. What is it? Why didn't you know any better? How does your spouse try to draw attention away? +1 suspicion. Yeah, this one would be kind of hard because this is Tabitha's POV. Oh, wait. Unless I... Okay. No, I can work with this. Oh, man. That made suspicion go up. I was like, hee hee ha ha. +1 suspicion. No big deal. No problem. And I'm like, oh, +1 suspicion again. Oh, no. Because, like, me? As the writer, I want my two characters to hook up. For realsies. I want them to fall madly in love with each other. So I want affection to hit 10 and potentially end the game because they fell in love. I do not want this to hit 10 and... I mean, it would be nice if they both, if their goals were accomplished, but like, nah, I want them to fall in love. Love is grand. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and of course, an ad break started. It's alright. Let's see. Maybe I'll just eat more of my snack. Hope everybody's day is going well. Mine definitely started with a surprise. Oh good, we have cat litter. I tried to get us cat litter yesterday and it sold out and they canceled the order. And I was very upset with that. But looks like we've managed to get it, which is great because I need to do the boys' litter boxes today. Let me see. I'm just checking on a couple things. Checking in on the archipelago. Yeah, mine just came yesterday and I have to get our litter box clean, but I am avoiding it by playing Stardew. Heck yeah! Except I can't really say heck yeah because I neglected a few other things during the event. But it's okay. I took care of them. I took care of myself. Everything's good. And it kind of paid off. A lot of fun though. I would definitely do the archipelago again. I would just plan things a little bit better. Cause like I knew I was going to go like all in. I was geared up, but I didn't think it would be all that I would think about all week. Oops. Also, some of the timing wasn't the best for like food planning. Next time we'll have better food planning. Part of it also too is just because like rent week, the rent paycheck is the paycheck that this event fell on. So was trying to make sure that we had food available so that we wouldn't have to spend time cooking because I work full time and Chiki steps up and does a lot of our cooking. I mean, she's better at it anyway. I have not had a lot of time to practice my cooking. I actually burned something earlier in the week and I was so upset because I was looking forward to eating it. But I went off the package instructions on the front, and the front version of the instructions does not tell you need to put tinfoil over it. The backside instructions tell you about the tinfoil, but I saw the front, popped them in, 20 minutes later, pulled it out, and it was burnt. Oh no indeed, yeah. I was very sad because I was looking forward to eating it. Okay, cool, the ad breaks then. actually. I got some numbers. Okay. Just making sure. Alright, let's see. Being with Flory had taught Tabitha much about the commoner life, but not enough to avoid making the occasional faux pas. They were in the kitchen with Flory's friends, laughing and joking about various topics. Tabitha, a little tipsy on wine, made an offhanded remark. She couldn't really remember what it was, but Flory had visibly winced, and the chatter halted. Oh, I'm sorry, Tabitha said, struggling to recall what it was she said exactly and the issue with it. We've been working on that, sorry, friends, Flory said sheepishly. They raced a plate of cookies. Hey, there's still a few of these left. Anyone want to take them home? The chatter resumed, but with an awkward, half-hearted friendliness. Tabitha fretted and fidgeted, really, realizing she had made an error and had forgotten the difference in status between her and the others. But Flory touched her back, and the weight of their hand comforted her. At least Flory wasn't upset with her. She hoped. Alright, so far so good. I'm doing good at keeping this very brief. Alright. 4 of spades. Which will be a prompt that does not have token changes, so I'm going to skip that one. Like, it's just the prompt. Booyah! 6 of clubs, which is also just another prompt without token changes. Technically speaking, at any point you can add affection if you think that your characters fell in love a little bit more, regardless of what the card says. But I am trying to make this go a little bit quicker, so I'm skipping the prompts that do not have token changes. 3 of spades. Okay, so this is a plot one. Because of your own experiences, you're able to give your spouse information they wouldn't have figured out on their own. What is it? How will it help you? +1 plot. Oh. Ooh. Okay. So I could potentially tie this into the previous scene because it wound up being kind of like related to the whole commoner life, the difference in status between Tabitha and Flory. I'm gonna eat some cake real quick and ponder this. See, I'm trying to think. I had named a couple of at least one of Florrie's friends. Who was the one that helped? That helped Florrie read the poem. Okay, not that one. Oh, so this one. Elias, that was his name. Okay. just leave it at that. Alright. The next morning, when Tabitha knocked on Florrie's door, Florrie opened it to a nervous and hesitant Tabitha. "What's wrong?" Florrie asked, stopping before they exited her room. "Last night I said something insensitive, didn't I?" she asked, fidgeting with her fingers. "I don't really remember what it was, but everyone looked cross with me for saying it." "Ah, yes, that." Florrie scratched at their hair. They had started tying it back. Normally, they would have cut it by now, but Tabitha seemed to think it made them look more sophisticated, so they kept it. "You made a comment about visiting a doctor, in such a way that you'd expect it to be easy for someone to go to one and be treated for a simple illness. But Elias can't afford that. Neither could his father, who died because the doctor wouldn't accept installments for the medicine." Tabitha froze and her hand, raised to open the door, trembled. Her face was pale. "I'm so sorry. I didn't think." She held her face in her hands. "What have I done?" "You did a little harm, but not that much, I think," Florrie said, patting her shoulder. "Elias is the good guy. Even if you weren't his employer, he knew you didn't say it to be mean. You just didn't know any better. Is there more you can tell me? I want to make sure I don't do that again. Not just because our charade, but not just because of our charade, but because I genuinely don't want to make such an insensitive remark again," Tabitha said, her expression resolute. "I may be the daughter of an archduchess, but my mother is no dictator, and she didn't raise me to step on the common class." Florrie smiled. "Sure. We probably should have talked about this by now, but honestly, this is the first time it's come up, so don't feel too bad." There we go. I was going to keep her flub, like, vague, but this one kind of tied back into it pretty well, so I was like, I'll think of something. Alright, Tabitha's turn. 8 of clubs. Did I bump plot? Did I change the plot token? I can't remember. Can I look back on my own stream? Let's see. You didn't change plot. Thank you! I'm so glad that you are here. Thank you. I was like, this should be a 7, right? Okay. Thank you so much. I was about to go see if I could scrub my video. Scrub backwards. Alright, I gotta remember to do that before I start writing. Otherwise I forget. Okay, so 8 of clubs. Rulebook. That is not the right rulebook. That's the Traveler rulebook I was peeking at. I left it open. 8. This one does not have token changes. Wow, it's it's really mean though. It would have been really mean if I'd wrote it. This one is, pick something your spouse did during the last turn. Mock them for it. Oh gosh. No, that would be so mean. And then if this is the first card you've drawn, make up something they did while you were on the way to the event. That's amazing. Oh, I wonder, you know, that kind of implies that this is taking place all at the same party. Think that might be negative affection. I know, right? You would think that that would have a token change on it, but it didn't. It just... Hmm. This one's a 9 of clubs. Ooh, ooh, I got a plus affection on this one. Okay, alright. Let's see. Goodness, look at the time. What did you two get caught up in that entirely distracted you from your plans? -1 plot, +1 affection. Alright, so ironically, back to 6. Okay, so they got caught up in something that entirely distracted them from their plans. Well, of the two's plots, it would probably be Flory's part in it with their restaurant that might be more like logical in taking a hit on progression. Okay, so maybe they missed an appointment, perhaps with a supplier or someone that they were going to meet about regarding a location for it. I didn't get sidetracked and forget stream. You did. Happy birthday again. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. This is gonna be uploaded to YouTube. I need to publish session 3, and then I'll be able to upload this one. And I am going to write this out as a story to not really publish, but I'll make it available for free through our Discord. Yeah, five streams because I went really hard this week. Normally I do not stream that often. I usually stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, with some on Saturday and then on Sunday. But the Stardew event, I went real hard. The days were beginning to fly by without Tabitha feeling their passing. The more time she spent with Florrie, the more at ease she felt with them, even after her little flub in the kitchen that evening. She was beginning to go out more, spending time browsing through bookstores with Florrie, eating at cafes and restaurants under the guise of research, and attending performances. One day, a maid brought her a letter that consisted of some very disappointed words from a rightfully annoyed property owner. Tabitha realized with some shock that she and Florrie had missed their appointment with her. The property owner was going across the country to visit family and wouldn't be back for several weeks. "I'm sorry, Florrie. I can't believe I forgot about it," Tabitha said, holding out the letter for Florrie to read. "It was yesterday. We wound up going to that violin concert instead. And we had fun, didn't we?" Florrie shrugged and put the letter aside. "It's all right. The building isn't going anywhere. It'll be there when the owner returns." Don't know why I wrote word back. "But this means we'll have to reschedule the meetings with the contractors." Florrie smiled. "Don't worry about it. I'm sure we could find plenty to do in the meantime." And so they did. And when the property owner returned and accepted their sincere apologies, they were able to tour the building that wound up being a perfect fit for their restaurant. Florrie's restaurant, Tabitha reminded herself. But as they walked around, pointing out various details about the charming building and imagined the future of it, it was hard to remember that eventually Tabitha wouldn't be part of this vision. Alright, I kinda sped up time there a little bit. So, like, technically speaking, plot probably would have stayed the same if I wasn't going with the card, but it's fine. It was a minor setback for their plans. "But I got 8 affection, we're almost there." Hiya! Oh, I got a face card. This means we have our marital trial. Please let it be a good one, because the marital trials hit harder if you don't do well. Okay, so need to roll a d12. Got a 3. Have I done this one already? Ooh, I have not. Someone has insulted your beloved. If playing with 4 players, it came from the other pair. Each member of the partnership should roll a d8. The one who rolled lower is the one insulted, and the one who rolled higher is the one tasked with defending their honor. If you rolled doubles, the insult was to your marriage itself, and all token changes are doubled. Okay, so I need to roll 2d8, or just roll a d8 twice. So I got a 6 and a 2. I didn't assign who was who. Well, it's Florrie's POV, so we'll say Florrie was the first one. So it was Tabitha that was being insulted. And then 6 plus 2 is 8. Oh. Oh dear. Okay. I did not get that good of a result. Now we're gonna have another. Well, socially, this calls for a duel, so it's time to duel. The dueling partner rolls a d8. For a 1 to 4, you lose. You're humiliated, but at least you stood up for your spouse as expected. -2 suspicion. For a 5 to 8, you win, and the court at large hums approvingly. -2 suspicion, +2 plot. And then we'll ignore the 4 players bit. In fact, I'll just erase this here. Alright. So I need to roll a d8. Which one do I want? So I can get -2 suspicion, or -2 suspicion and +2 plot. Okay, so I mean, either of these are going to work in my favor, I think. So this is actually not that bad. 7! I got a call out within a call out within a call out. Okay. 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 All right. I was worried there, but all right. So -2 suspicion drops us down to 4 +2 plot. Oh my, we're at 8 plot now. I think at this point, if plot wins, then I would say that they don't ever really proceed to, or like progress into being lovers. They would probably just sort of remain friends, I think. Which, I mean, isn't that bad, but it's not what I want. I want a nice romantic climax. There was a baroness that insulted or tried to drag Flory at one point. Who was she? Was it? No, I think it was a marital trial. Ah, here we go. Baroness what's her face? Oh, did she not? Oh, whoops. I used this name twice. That's hilarious. She can't be Felicity. I have a Felicity already. Well, I had a. This was the. Alright, she's gonna be. Let's see. I need. There we go. She's gonna be Samaria now. Can't believe I named 2 different characters the same name. Whoops. Okay, so Baroness Samaria is gonna be her name. I just pulled that out of my head. Hello, London! Welcome in! Are you coming from a stream? You were streaming this morning, right? When you're ready to run, I'm so sleepy. Oh, yeah. You were up late last night. Yeah. Well, that's the case. Hello, Raiders. I am Zachary, your friendly waypoint in the Vale. And I am doing my best to get these two characters to smooch and fall in love for realsies. I am playing Eyes on the Prize, a TTRPG that is usually for 2 players, but I'm trying to solo it. It has turned into a journaling game for the most part. Mostly with just prompt writing, or writing out for prompts and stuff, but it's been a lot of fun. A worthwhile endeavor, indeed! We are slowly but surely getting there. I'm at 8 affection, but I'm also at 8 plot. So, if plot wins out, the characters have accomplished their goals. I'm just gonna say they remain friends, and then they'll get divorced and be on their way. Ignore the old man yelling in the background. He suddenly got so loud. It's his lunchtime. Anyway, but affection is also at 8, so if I can get it to 10 and do a boiling point, hopefully this means they'll fall in love for real. And I mean, they'll probably still have their restaurant and stuff, but they won't divorce and be separate or anything, so. So right now, there's gonna be a duel. I'm gonna write up a duel scene, just kind of building up to it. This is gonna take me a little while, I think. Oh dang, I should have mentioned it to my chat. It was your birthday. No, it's okay. It's alright. Got absorbed into the birthday weekend of it all. Yeah. Yeah! Thanks, London. Wow. Yeah, you telling me happy birthday, or are you just being grumpy? He's being grumpy. Okay. I'm almost done. Almost done with the scene. Oh! Thank you!
Woven Pixel just cheered 5 bits.
Yay! Thank you, Pixel. Okay. Whew, that was a long one, but come on now. It was a duel. How could I not? Flory was starting to get used to the various social functions that the nobility seemed to be obsessed with. On the one hand, they appreciated them because it meant many folks had work to be paid for, like the catering and cleanup. On the other hand, Florrie was stuck rubbing elbows with snide noble after pretentious noble, and they usually longed to return to the Archduchess's estate with Tabitha after an hour. This party was no different, and Florrie was eager for it to end already. "I've heard you've been quite busy." Baroness Samaria approached Tabitha and Florrie, who groaned under their breath. "I hear your little restaurant is starting to get underway. Congratulations." Tabitha smiled politely. "Thank you, Baroness." "Is it true you've been handling most of the work?" The Baroness flipped her hand fan open and tittered behind it. "I knew you work in the clerk's office already, but doesn't this seem to be like a second job? I could never. You must love paperwork, dear, but this seems a little much, don't you think? At this rate, maybe I should hire you." The people nearby responded to her words with gasps, or stopped their idle conversations to listen. Tabitha frowned, which wasn't what Florrie would recognize as being furious, just annoyed. But Florrie was pissed. The Baroness had effectively reduced Tabitha's status as the daughter to an archduchess as being beneath the Baroness, who was a noble, but with a low-ranked title. Even a commoner like Florrie could recognize the heavy insult, and it being towards Tabitha made them see red. "Baroness Samaria, I challenge you to a duel on behalf of my wife, who you just insulted," Florrie announced. The crowd gasped again, this time with a mixture of excitement and glee. Tabitha whirled around, stunned. "Florrie, no, you don't have to," she said, but Florrie shook their head. "That insult went too far, love. Don't worry, I have this." Florrie gave her a wink. Baroness Samaria, on the other hand, was flustered. "A duel? Here?" "Why not? The insult was made here, after all," Florrie replied. They shrugged off their coat and rolled up their sleeves. They were naturally slim, being an elf, but they knew their arms were nothing to sneeze at. Kitchen work had a lot of heavy lifting, after all, and there was often dough that needed punching. And, well, no one needed to know about the various brawls that Florrie had gotten into when they were young and dumb. And drunk. The Baroness whipped her fan shut. She was unmarried and had very few friends at this event, and none of them stepped forward to be her second. As far as Florrie knew, she wasn't much of a fighter herself, but that didn't mean she couldn't use magic. However, it seemed like Florrie had judged well, because as the Baroness attempted to gather her mana and prepare herself for the sudden duel, magic sparked inconsistently and erratically at her fingertips. "Please be careful, Florrie," Tabitha called from the side of the clearing that had formed around the pair. "Please don't get hurt." "I'll get hurt if it means defending you, love," Florrie replied, and blew her a kiss. The crowd cheered, and Tabitha turned bright red. It was really cute, and Florrie decided to think about that later when this was over. For now, another noble, some duke whatever that Florrie didn't remember the name of, stepped up to referee the duel. These sorts of duels weren't to the death, having been outlawed decades ago, and a referee would call it based on forfeiture or a clear overpowering victory. Life-threatening magic and weapons were not allowed, but Florrie had never learned how to use their magic and wore no weapon. It would be their fists against the Baroness's magic. Not that it mattered. Samaria's control over it was lacking. She cast a lightning spell at Florrie, but it was easy to dodge and Florrie danced around it. With the Baroness's large gown in her way, it was easy for Florrie to sidestep another blast of erratic magic and slam their fist into her face. Florrie didn't need to put that much weight into it. It was pretty obvious who would win from the start, and Florrie could have just grabbed Samaria's hand to disable her. But Florrie couldn't resist, and it felt so good to feel her face cave beneath their fist. She was sent sprawling backwards onto the floor, and for a moment, no one rushed over to help her up. Eventually, one of her friends finally did, and helped the sobbing woman away. The crowd clapped and cheered, pleased with the display. "Florrie, your hand," Tabitha said, rushing over, but she didn't need to worry. There weren't any scratches. It did, however, make the crowd coo, so there was that. "Even I know how much of an insult that was," Florrie said, patting her hand, "so I defended your honor, and I don't think she'll bother you again." Tabitha laughed. After that, the party was just a little more enjoyable. Alright. That was pretty fun. I need to make a quick bathroom break. Let me go ahead and draw the next card, though, so that way I can think about it while I'm gone. Please give me affection, which sounds really funny out of context. Hiya! Oh dear. It's another marital trial. It is getting a little dicey. But I got a 9. Travel album. Everyone wants to know where you went on honeymoon. Except you didn't. Better come up with something quick. Roll 2d8. Okay. So it'll be Tabitha first and then Flory. Oh, I get a 6. That's good. Oh, I dropped the dice out of there. Oh, I got a 1. That's 7. That's not good. Those are usually not that good. Oh, okay. It's not too terrible though. Alright, hold on. I really need to use the bathroom. Alright, I'll be right back. Thanks for waiting. I knocked something off of a counter, and it was at a hard spot to reach. Now, what was it? What was it that I got? Okay, so you're entirely off guard. Count to 3 on your fingers, and each time you and your spouse have to simultaneously say a location, the beach, the mountains, beautiful new opera resort on the moon, how long you were there, and 3, what you spent the most time doing together, plus 2 suspicion for each mismatched response. So at most, I could have 6, which would cap me off. But how do I do this without another person? I suppose I could flip a coin, and if it's the one I call, then it's a match. If it doesn't match, then it's a miss. I suppose that would be the easiest way to do it. That's funny. Yeah. One sec, I got a coin. Okay, so let me type this out. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Alright, I am going to call heads. Damn, it's a miss. 2. See, this is why I wasn't doing the wheel in the Stardew Fair. I'm gonna call for heads again. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, 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 no. And say activity. Heads again? Whoop. I missed. Okay, it went off the floor, but I could actually see it. It's a little hard for me to actually flip it into the thing. Okay. But normally for dice that doesn't count, so I guess I'll do it again, even though it landed on heads. It's a mess. Man, I should have just let the floor one land. Okay. I'll make it in front of Tabitha's mother. Because that would be a critical blow. Whose POV is this? Tabitha? Oh, even worse. Doesn't necessarily mean it's game over yet, just means that I think I'll have to do a boiling point. let's see, what was it? Length activity. Okay, let me read this part because this is the first time I've gotten a boiling point, and I'm not sure if that's gonna, if this is gonna lead into that or what. So let me go to the top. Life was feeling pretty good. The suspicion around the marriage was decreasing, and soon Tabitha hoped their marriage would no longer be at the foreground of society's minds. Their 1-year anniversary was approaching soon, and after that, it should go smoothly for another 4 years or so. But then dinner with the Archduchess happened, and Tabitha realized too late that both her and Flory had grown too lax. By the way, I don't think you've told me much about your honeymoon. Aline said, putting aside her fork. Where did you go again? Tabitha opened her mouth, quick to say the name of one of Aline's other estates, but so was Flory. Only Flory said a different estate. Oh, sorry, love. Got the name wrong again. Flora laughed, playing it off. One of these days. Tabitha nervously glanced at Aline, but the old woman's face gave nothing away. In reality, only Tabitha had gone to the estate. Flory had gone to their parents in order to sort out their financial affairs, getting rid of their loan sharks for good. Tabitha had enjoyed a nice quiet time by a lake while preparing herself for a 5-year-long lie. How long was it for? The days get away from me more easily now that I'm getting ancient, Aline asked. It was rather short, wasn't it? A couple of weeks. A few days. Tabitha shot Flory a glance this time, warning them silently. Flory blinked rapidly, a sign they were starting to panic like her. The honeymoon had happened almost a year ago, and it was hard to remember what the details of their lie was. And what did you do there? Aline sipped at her wine. Her voice was still polite, but not as warm as it had been earlier in the dinner. Horseback riding. Stay Lake. Tabitha crushed Flory's foot with her heel, but the damage was done. The Archduchess set down her glass and raised an eyebrow. Interesting conflicting statements, she said. Now, why is that? Okay, let me see what happens for a boiling point. When you reach 10 of any token, you've reached a boiling point. Whatever's been brewing, whether it's your own plans, the rumors and speculation of high society, or your feelings for each other, is coming to a head, and it needs to be addressed now, for better or worse. Each partner should roll a d8, then note the difference between the two numbers. Read aloud and roleplay the prompt based on the value that has boiled over, affection, plot, or suspicion, and the difference between your rolls, and either follow the instructions in the prompt or complete your playthrough. You may hit a boiling point in a game-ending roll before you're ready to stop playing. Follow your heart and just fudge the results if you want to keep going. This is not a game for denying yourself a little extra indulgence. Okay, so I need to roll a d8 twice. I got a 1, and we'll say that was Tabitha because we're in her POV. And I got a 2. So that's a 1. And this is suspicion. You've found yourself. You found yourselves in a tight spot and you have to work to rescue the situation. How has this brush with true risk changed how you feel about your plans, about each other? And how, in spite of everything stacked up against you, do you manage to smooth things over this time? Remove suspicion tokens equal to the differences you rolled and keep your eyes on the prize. Return to play. Okay. Oh, I see. Actually, wait, hold on. Because it says different. That was the difference of 1 to 3. But for a roll of 1 and 8. Oh, I see. If you rolled a 1 and an 8, that would be the end. Wow. This feels like it really could go on for on and on because, like, if you had to roll a 1 and an 8 in order to, like, actually end the game. Oh, I see. It's different for different scenarios. I see. So if you rolled a 4 to 6, that would also be the end. Okay, so I actually rolled well. And yeah, now I'm glad I did not write too much more. I forgot to put the collapser mark into the code. It just makes it a little easier later to look at. Because now I could just collapse. Okay, so you found yourselves in a tight spot and you have to work to rescue the situation. How has this brush with the true risk changed how you feel about your plans and about each other? And how, in spite of everything stacked up against you, do you manage to smooth things over this time? And then I'll just note too that this was going to be a -1 suspicion. Okay, that's cool because I know how I can smooth this over a little. Hi, Maya. Thank you. Thanks so much. Oh, I got a yawn. I stretched and then activated the yawning mechanism. Oh, hope it's been a good one. Yeah, it's been a nice, relaxing day compared to the week this led into. Nice, calm, chill. Played a really cute demo of a game where you get to put together those little dioramas that are like made out of paper and or cardboard, and they're really cute and stuff. Got to put one together in the demo, very cute. And then now I'm trying very hard not to have my fake marriage fall apart. And it came really close just now, but by the skin of my teeth, thanks to the dice that are rolled, the lie will continue. Which is pretty cool because up until this point we haven't had too strong of a suspicion that the marriage is fake. So this actually kind of worked out pretty well. I'm gonna scroll through a session. I'm gonna look at something real quick. I'd forgotten that Elias already kind of sussed out that they were faking it, but it was just one character, so I didn't count that as like it being in-game. But if more people had found out than Elias, that would have been worse. Let's see. But I'm thinking. I was trying to see if there was a past scene that I could call upon, but I don't think so. Oh! Did they bibbly? Hi, Say. Hello. Yeah. It's so puny. Hello, hello. I'm currently working my way through a really big prompt. A happy birthday, but bad and whimsical. How is it bad and whimsical? I mean, if we're talking about bad, I had that covered. The pizza that we got yesterday was not good, and I was gonna eat it for lunch, and I'm not really looking forward to it. Things can be whimsical, but objectively bad. Yeah, that sums up the pizza. I guess from now on, I'm just gonna swear off ordering pizza for a while and probably just stick with a take and bake from the convenience store because their pizza isn't that bad. Quite large. We usually buy a can of mushrooms and toss that on top. Just such a shame because this place used to be my favorite. Like used to have good pizza, but they didn't have Parmesan bites, which were like going to be my treat to myself to add with them. They didn't have spinach because we wanted to put spinach on the pizza, so I had to put a different topping on it that cost more than the spinach. And then they didn't have cheesy bread, so I couldn't even substitute the Parmesan bites with cheesy bread. And then the pizza that we got was like the worst. I don't understand what happened. The crust, like the middle part of the crust is usually kind of more fluffy, and this was just flat. This was almost like thin crust pizza, but done up as a pan crust. How do you not have cheesy bread? It's literally just the leftover pizza stuff. Exactly! I really don't understand what happened with them yesterday. And overall, it was kind of greasy. The cheese was kind of half off of the pizza, and the sauce looked not quite right. And I don't know, it's the worst pizza I've ever gotten from them, and it's weird, but it's not a chain, like a big chain place. It's not like a Pizza Hut or a Domino's. It's a smaller place, and so their prices cost more. I don't order from them very often, and I usually don't ever get delivery because it costs like a good $10 to $15 more to get delivery. But I got delivery yesterday because I had a coupon, and it was just sort of like, wow, this was just maybe they're training a new guy. That happened at my old place a lot. Yeah, they have a bunch of kids working there, like straight up kids. Like these are definitely minors. And I've wondered I've wondered about that. Wondered, like, are they making like the pizzas in the back, or are they just doing like side stuff and whatnot? Also too, like, are they getting treated properly? Because like at the convenience store I worked with a kid. His previous job had been at Dairy Queen, a Dairy Queen. Minor pizza. Yeah. He worked at a Dairy Queen in the next town over, and he said that they didn't get breaks and they worked 8-hour shifts. And where we live, by law, I don't know if it's elsewhere, but where we live by law, if a miner works 8 hours, they have to have a half-hour break. Like, it's mandatory by law. It's not mandatory for adults. Oh no, definitely not. I mean, the Hardee's around here is pretty much entirely staffed by high schoolers. Yeah. Uh, it's sort of mixed where we are. A mixture of youngsters and adults. Mostly because a lot of the fast food and like other places of that level, a lot of the entry level kind of stuff, is starting to pay better than the not entry level jobs around here. Depending on where you're working, you may make more money working in a drive-through than in a regular office position, but that's a different thing. Around here, you're supposed to get that regardless. Minors have a hard cap. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so this kid, he wasn't getting that, and in general, they were just mistreated. No, at least here in Canada, or at least where I live, by law, minors can't work with the tense ovens used at pizzerias, So their front of house are cleaning, but I don't know where you live. Oh. Yeah, I have no idea. The couple of times I've gone in lately to pick up the pizza, there would be like maybe one adult that I could glimpse in the kitchen, but for the most part, because it's a pretty small place too, strictly pickup. Their parking lot can only hold like 4 cars. Poor kid, imagine a settlement. No, he never went back to like sue them or anything. He was too good of a kid. Well, he's not was, he's still alive. He still works at the convenience store too, so I see him every now and then. Is someone gonna lawyer with that kid? Yeah, nah. I was just like, oh man, glad I never went to that Dairy Queen. Listen, I was a good kid, and if someone broke the law with me, I would have swallowed them whole, especially a Dairy Queen. Yeah. I think, I don't want to assume or anything, but I think he is also on the Nero spicy kind of side. I think he's also gay. So I was like, hell yeah, kid. We'll gay it up in the store. He crochets too. He'll bring in like his crocheted plushes, his little Five Nights at Freddy plushes, and has them sit up by the register. And everybody's like, oh, I love them. And he's made a couple of things for the store for decor. He's not a minor anymore either, so I feel more comfortable about talking about him. He's turned 18. He's an adult now. Zach says it's cool to take advantage of that. No, I'm just saying that he he also doesn't he's not good at recognizing when customers get angry at him. So like when he was talking to us about like the treatment he was getting at the Dairy Queen, we were like, my guy, I don't think you should have let that happen. You should have said something to your parents. And he was just like, yeah, I work here now. And I'm like, yeah, but likes Five Nights at Freddy crochets. I don't think he needs to be hesitant. Yeah. He's a good kid. He was a little spacey. He also had the bad habit of listening to earbuds while doing the garbages, but so we would be like, hey, you good out there? Because, after it gets dark, we're supposed to be like, the buddy system, kind of check in on whoever is outside doing the late night stuff. And we'd be like, hello? Hello? You there? Only for us to pop out there and see him just fine. Vibing. Because he's got earbuds in when he shouldn't. Okay, what was I doing? Oh yes. Trying to make this lovey-dovey so that I could try and squeeze in an affection point. I don't think I'm going to manage it though. I mean, like, I could manage it, but I don't. My brain's starting to be head empty. I'm gonna need lunch soon. I've just been subsisting on a piece of cake that I ate earlier. But like I said, I'm not exactly excited to eat that pizza. Oh, let's see. Yeah, what? Let me read what I have, because then I can catch up on what I was thinking. Tabitha suddenly clapped her hands. Because we did both, she exclaimed. I've been so busy with the restaurant that I was getting confused with our boat ride down the river the other day. But we also went on the lake during our honeymoon, and that was when... She blushed, but it wasn't from recalling the honeymoon. She had deliberately remembered that day with Grenadine and Felicity, when Florrie had appeared and referenced her favorite poem, and the other words spoken in that moment. She had tried so very, very hard not to think about that day, when Florrie had shook her to her core and nearly swept her off her feet. But now the scene came back in full force, making her shy and unable to look at Florrie directly. Florrie, who had no idea what she was thinking of, couldn't have any idea of what was running through her imagination, still somehow blushed as well. It was the first time Tabitha had seen their face turn so red, and somehow it made her even more flustered. She finally hid her face behind her hands. Aline laughed. Never mind, you don't need to tell me everything that happened. I'm certainly old enough to know what happens when two lovers get some much-needed privacy. The dinner resumed and finished without further incident, but it had been close. Very close. Tabitha and Florrie retired to her room, but instead of Florrie stepping through the door to the attached suite, they stayed with Tabitha to discuss what happened. That was nearly the end of it all, Tabitha sighed, sitting on her bed heavily. That was too close. We nearly lost everything. She was late in realizing that her words implied she would lose the progress on the restaurant, when really, it would be Florrie that would lose everything if this charade was discovered. Her life would be full of embarrassment and humiliation, and maybe she'd be forced into marrying the lowlife that broke her heart into a million pieces. Or Florrie would become destitute and lose their dream of being successful in the food industry. No one would hire someone who would cause such a scandal. It's all right, we'll be fine, Florrie said, sitting next to her. We've come this far. We can't give up now. Tabitha leaned into their side. As usual, they were calmer and more level-headed than she was in times like this. She had begun to appreciate this more and more with each passing day. Going out was easier to deal with when she had Florrie by her side. What made you so flushed earlier? She asked, recalling the look on Florrie's face. I've never seen you turn so red before. I was, trying to pretend what Aline wound up assuming we did, but what about you? Florrie turned her head away but didn't reply. Tabitha glanced up. The tips of their pointed ears were turning red. For some reason, this made her cheeks grow hot. Alright, what was I going to write next? Well, there was... Let's see. There was... something I glimpsed at. Okay. Because at one point, Florrie did get a little taken aback. Okay. Alright, so finally, Florrie spoke up. Okay. Got a little cheesy there, but yeah, whatever. Oh, where did I leave off? There we go. Alright. I remembered that day when Grenadine cornered you to interrogate you about me. Well, their ears were fully red now. You were really surprised, but the look on your face, you were really off guard. You were really caught off guard. And I knew you recognized the lines of the poem. I can't really explain it well, but you were beautiful. I was? With my mouth hanging open? Tabitha laughed, but it was mostly to hide her nerves. She suddenly wanted to pull away from Florrie's side, while also wanting to push in closer. That must have looked awfully silly. Not beautiful at all. Florrie shook their head, then stood up. We should get some rest. Have a good evening, love. They disappeared through the door, but Tabitha stared after them, stunned. Florrie had never called her love when they were alone. They had agreed they didn't need to go that far when no one was around. And in Tabitha's room, they had all the privacy one could afford in a servant-filled estate. Tabitha clapped her hands over her face. Oh, I missed another word there. Over her face and buried it into a nearby pillow, as if that would somehow hide her burning face from the world. Roo. I don't know if I can give a +1 affection during a boiling point. Like, I feel like I want to because it feels kind of right. Like, I feel like I could have probably written it better, so maybe I'll, like, beef it up a little if I do write this out. Because I think at this point I'll only write out the story. Oops, I hit the microphone. I'll only write out the story if I get the ending I want. Let's see, so this was Tabitha, this will be Florrie next. Oh, yeah, should I give myself an affection point? I feel like I should, because I feel like this is heading towards a good potential romantic climax. But I think the affection point thing was only for regular prompts, but I'm not entirely sure. You should? Thank you, Pixel, for enabling me. +1! And also, too, because I'm really worried that the next card I'm going to draw is going to lead to another boiling point or something. Oh, it's so scary. Okay. Or worse. Well, actually, no. That would be worse. Your game, your rules. You know what? You're right. That is the great thing about solo TTRPGs. You are your own herald, your own rules enforcer. Thank you, Pixel, for the reminder. Alright, here we go. Oh my god, it's a marital trial. Oh no. I typically do not do well on these. Though I did do that duel. That duel turned out to be very good. Okay, I need to scroll back up to the marital trials. Roll D12. Oh, I got a 12. I have done this one already, and you're not supposed to repeat these. 9. Did I do 9 already? I did. That was the one I just did, actually. With the honeymoon. A 10. Sweet somethings. Okay. This is a new one. Yeah, because like, this has gone on for so long that I feel like there can't be that much more back and forthing as a narrative. Because after a while it starts kind of dragging on and feels a little less like realistic in the sense of a story. Okay, here it goes. With this event comes an expectation of gift giving. With the expectation of gift giving comes the expectation of a very public display of exactly how much you love each other. The more quantifiable, the better. Each partner should roll a d8. The one with the lower roll is the one offering a gift. The other is the recipient. If you rolled doubles, you both brought something, and token changes are doubled. Oh, this could be quite fun. Because I think I kind of imagined this all starting out in the spring. And I don't know if there's any holidays in this setting that I'm playing in, which is the Ballads of Dawn setting from a different TTRPG I was going to play. Am playing. Will play. Eventually. So, you know, I don't know if they have their own equivalent of like Christmas, but there's probably a winter holiday with some kind of gift giving. Something in my eye. Okay. Alright. Back to the rule book. Here we go. So I need to roll d8 twice. This is Flory's POV, so Flory's gonna be the first one. Oh my god, a 2. Why do I roll so badly on these? 8. Okay, never mind, I took that back. A 10. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay, alright. This is not too terrible. You have come prepared with a nice gift of jewelry, maybe, or something like a luxury lighter, or perhaps even a monogrammed pen. Is your spouse actually going to use this thing? If not, where are you stuffing it when you get home? -2 suspicion, but -1 affection. So I mean, it's great that suspicion is going back down because now I feel at risk of exploding. But -1 affection. No. After we just were like, oh, should I? Okay, so Flory rolled a 2, so that is the one offering a gift, and then the other is the recipient. So Flory is giving Tabitha a gift at this event. I'm also kind of thinking, though, how funny it is that it says a monogrammed pen. Because Tabitha does read a lot and works as a clerk, so I mean, a pen actually would be rather nice. And especially since, what was it? Oh, I had a thought. I lost it. Oh, especially since Tabitha is the daughter of an archduchess, which is like the highest ranking title of nobility that one can have in this world, because her mother is actually the sibling of the currently reigning monarch. So like, really, she has anything and everything she could have wanted, like physically. I don't know, the pen sounds so good, and I feel like that would actually be a really great thing. I don't think it would lose affection. But, I mean, that's only because I'm looking at the examples. Let's see. I'm hitting 4 hours into the stream. I do kind of want to end the story, and I feel like I have come far enough towards, like, in the narrative, I have come far enough to basically have a good positive ending to this. So I don't know, I'm thinking of canceling out that -1 affection. Because at this point, it would feel kind of weird if Flora gave a gift that would fall flat. Because they kind of know each other really well now. Yeah, I'm gonna negate that. Maybe it's her birthday. Maybe it's not like a mutual gift giving thing, so I could just make this shorter. Right, I agree. Thanks! Please pardon the old man in the background. Okay, so it does have one teeth. 1 second. Was yelling back at the old man. Y'all didn't need to hear that. Ooh, I had an idea. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. If I'm going to fight back for that affection point, I'm gonna make it count. Yeah, you see this line? I'm gonna make use of that line. Let's see. I just need to make it into something that you would be able to fit on a fountain pen. I am not much of a poet, by the way. Tiki is the poet. Sorry, I was caught up in something with Lee Brown Boy. Yeah, no problem. It's all good. You can always tell when Cheeky gets up or starts moving because he immediately starts going meow, meow, meow. He starts getting excited. I can see him following her down the hallway. Meow, meow. Let's see. Which I don't really need. I thought it was only my weird cat that did that. It's Steely. Anytime I twitch, he coos at me. If I move, he follows meowing. Yeah. Yeah, Aiko is Cheeky's little shadow. That's her boy. He turns 17 this year, and right now he is peeking at me from around the corner. What are you doing? Meow? Yeah, you wanna come say hi? What do you see the lamp on? The lamp on means I have the camera on. I will hold you under the camera. Yeah? You wanna say hi? Meow? Yeah? Here, come here. Yeah. Here you go. Yeah? Meow? Say hi. Say hi to chat. Yes, you can I go. Say hi. Oh yeah, now you're quiet, huh? I don't know if y'all can hear him purring. Oh, there he goes. Okay. Alright, here we go. Yeah. What you got? He's like, why? Why are you doing this to me? He's the yeah, he's the only one I could hold under the camera, which is like up here pointing downwards, so like you can't really see his face. My cat I cannot hold under the camera. He is too big. He is too chunk. I actually don't know where he is. Usually he's sleeping behind me on my bed. Yeah, he's grumpy about something. Oh, you know what it is? I bet he wants to eat and then curl up where Cheeky is sitting. But Cheeky is sitting on her chair at her desk doing Stardew stuff. And oftentimes he likes to sleep on the chair on a stack of pillows that she puts there. Yeah? 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 Meow. 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 I know. I know. He's like, but Mom, you're sitting where I want to sleep. Mom. Mom. They held me under the camera. Mom. It's fine. I'm okay. One second, guys. I'm talking to Cheeky for a moment. Alright, sorry about that, y'all. I was, talking to Cheeky about some of the Stardate stuff going on. Let me just, scroll back. Cats will find the oddest spots and make those their beds. Yeah. My kitten likes to clean clothes basket. Ours, for some reason, have started... Because, like, we have our dirty towels in the bathroom closet. And, we had a hamper for it. But it's, like, a really cheap, flimsy hamper thing. So, you know, the towels kind of just wind up on the floor. It's fine. It's whatever. Nothing goes on the floor in there anyway. But for some reason lately, the cats have been sleeping on it. They'll, like, go into the closet and sleep on top of the towels, and we're just like, hey, is that good? Ain't that kind of stinky? So I'm like, man, I should really make sure I'm washing towels frequently, I guess. Fight over a box. I wish our boys were box cats, but they're not. They don't really sit in boxes. It's kind of weird. I've never had cats that weren't really box cats. They don't really get that excited over cat toys either. Cats like stinky, but it could also be a material thing. Yeah. It's just so funny. Because, like, we've been doing that with the towels for years, and they just now discovered it. Okay, I have also come to the decision that I really do want to wrap up this game. I think I've played through enough plot to have, you know, a cohesive narrative, a good story. I think that this scene may be it. This may be the last scene. I could keep drawing cards, but I'm worried that I'm just gonna get another card that docks affection, and I'll just have to keep drawing cards and going on and on. So I think I will actually call the game at this scene. And then maybe I'll look over the affection boiling points to kind of like end it or something. I'm also kind of wanting lunch. And Miki, the litter, actually showed up today. So hurrah, we got the cat litter. Hurrah! That might also be why the old man is like, hey, you were gonna do my litter. I'm like, yes, but I had to wait for your litter to come. I ordered it and they were like, cool. Oh, hey, guess what? We don't actually have the litter. So I had to order from somewhere else and hope that they got it. But ordering from another store was the solution. Hurrah. Okay, so... we'll make this more dramatic. The old man is getting attacked in the hallway. Attacked with forced cuddles. Meow. And meow. And Cheeky's back is hurting her. That something happened to it. And now she's in some pain. Poor Cheeky. It's bad. No. Oh. It's alright.
Are you still streaming?
Yeah, I'm still streaming. Everybody, send your strength to Cheeky. That's funny. She was in the hallway. Okay. That's the other thing too. It's getting a little bit harder for me to keep track of what I was writing, which is a sign that it's time for food and a break. Strength! Yeah! Cheeky says thank you. I called out to her. Okay. He might want attention. He might want everything under the sun. But alas, we cannot speak cat. Oh, I did the other cat just woke up. It's kind of funny because when Aiko like just like starts meowing for whatever reason, sometimes little man will wake up and be like, "What's happening?" Tweaked my own back yesterday, so I feel the pain. Oh man, that sucks. Hope it feels better. Yeah, so here comes the head empty lad, who's waking up and be like, "What happening? What's going on? Are we getting something? Am I getting a treat?" He's a good boy. Usually. You know what? This is making this, yeah, this, I can't read that out loud. That's too cheesy. Okay. Just call it there. Tabitha's birthday passed without incident, or so Flory thought. Giving a gift for this kind of occasion was fairly novel for Flory, who had grown up too poor to participate in gift-giving for any kind of holiday. For a few days, they racked their brain for something appropriate to give to the daughter of an archduchess, who had the means to get whatever she wanted or needed without much hassle. But finally, they decided to think about the person they were getting a gift for instead. They thought about what Tabitha enjoyed the most, what her favorite pastimes were, what she did in her own time. The solution came to mind and Flory commissioned it right away, which was exciting since usually it was Tabitha that handled purchases. This was the first time that Flory made a purchase under the Charez name on their own. It actually felt like Flory was becoming a member of the Charez family, for real. During the birthday party, Flory presented a gift to Tabitha with everyone watching intently. The box was small, intentionally wider than usual to disguise its contents. Inside was a slimmer box, which revealed a beautiful fountain pen and Tabitha's favorite gemstone. Tabitha picked it up, silent as she inspected it, and Flory's heart hammered in their chest for some reason. It was just a pen, just a gift. They needed to look like an adoring couple, and hopefully, Flory had spent enough money on the pen to make it look like an extravagant gift, despite being a mere pen. What was more important, though, were the words engraved on the pen's body in a silver inlay. "I will keep your light aflame, Flory." Flory waited with bated breath. Then, Tabitha's face finally deepened into a rosy red before she beamed at Flory and launched herself into their arms. I love it, thank you," she said into their neck. Flory couldn't help but flush and return the embrace. The other partygoers cooed and awed, but for the first time, Flory could block them out and focus only on Tabitha. "I mean every word of it, love," Flory said into her hair. "I truly mean it." Tabitha gasped softly and leaned back, peering into their face with hope in her eyes and looking for the unspoken words they couldn't voice out loud. Flory grinned and answered her question with a kiss, much to the delight of the people around them. To them, it was just a pen, a nice gift that was probably underwhelming to many of them, but to Tabitha, it was the perfect gift. And honestly, neither of them had said they couldn't fall in love for real when they started this little charade. I probably could have written some of that better, but this is fine. I'm done. I'm calling it. We are good to go. This has been fun. I don't know. Again, I don't really know if I could call this playing a game in the TTRPG sense of it. But for writing prompts, this has been pretty great. I feel like, I feel like I had to end it because this was starting to get too drawn out. But I think that this was pretty fun. I got really into it. Let's see, how many words? This session alone was 3,800 words. So I think altogether, let's see, session 2. Alright, session 1 was 1,000. Session 2 was 5,300. 3 was almost 5,100. So that's 10, 11... close to 15,000 words in total. Which I believe that it does put me over short story, I think. Pretty good, yeah. Word counts kind of vary. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see a novella can be between 10 to 40,000 words. oh, novelettes can be between 7,500 and 17,000. So yeah, I basically wrote a novelette. With session notes alone. Did the music get a little too loud? I can see it bouncing. I have my headset turned down. My apologies if it was a little on the loud side. Okay. So yeah. If you happen to have purchased a big mega bundle, the No Ice mega bundle, you would have this game. It was included in that bundle. That bundle that had like 1,400 games in it. As long as you enjoyed it, it's a game. Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it. I feel like, well, because I came into this thinking, you know, I'm gonna play a TTRPG, and it's probably gonna be a little journal heavy. But I feel like I didn't have enough to engage with as a player. Like, I rolled dice, but I had nothing to influence the dice. These counters here are basically just trackers. The only thing I really had influence in was affection. Because if a character got the doki dokis, got their heart racing, I can give an affection point regardless. But, generally speaking, I'm kind of biased towards that, so it's really easy for me to just write in extra romantic bits. So from a solo perspective, probably not as gamified as I would like. For myself. But for, like I said, for a writing tool or writing exercise, this is fun. Yeah, journaling game, kind of like 1,000-Year Vampire. Yeah, I've been hearing that one around a lot. I should really look into that, because a lot of people said it was really good. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, thanks everybody again for coming around. It's been one heck of a week. Very wild. By the way, Pixel, I do see that you joined the Discord. Thank you so much for joining. Let me know if you're able to pass the verification, because I see that you don't yet have the role. That indicates that you have passed the verification. The last person that joined also did not have the verification role right away, and I wasn't sure if they just simply hadn't done it yet, but I went ahead and manually gave them the role anyway, because at the time I was at work and I didn't want to I wasn't able to really troubleshoot anything at that time. But right now I do have time to troubleshoot, so if you was trying to figure that out too, yeah, you're supposed to be able to see the rules and roles. And if you can't see the rules and role channel, let me know, because that means something definitely has broken. Okay. Alright, so if you could see the channel in the post, you need to click the space emote on the first post. And then that should grant you the role. Aha! Okay, so it does work. Good. Cool, thanks. That's good, because that we had a broken channel recently. It turned out that, unbeknownst to me and Cheeky, most people could not see the announcements channel, and it turned out to be a bug, I think. For some reason, it was not displaying properly, so I had to make a whole new announcements channel. So that's why I was like, this isn't broken too, is it? Because something else had already broken. Woohoo! So yeah, thank you. Welcome, fellow traveler of the Vale. Now let's see, I need to see what else is going on today. Looks like nothing is actually going on today. I know some people are playing Stardew right now, but they're not doing it on stream. Let me take a look. Must be a chill day for a lot of people here too. A lot of people today. That's nice. Like I said, very wild week. Am low-key looking forward to going back to chill vibes this week. Okay, let's see. Come on now. Give me something good. Wow. Tabletop category is actually popping off today. Oh, thanks. Okay, alright, I found someone who looks like they are doing a donathon for HRT. So happy Pride. we can help out others in the queer community. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, this is the Heretic. They are an 18+ VTuber, so heads up on that. And they are on day 7 of a donathon to get some hormone replacement therapy. And judging by the goal being in British pounds, they are probably in the UK somewhere. Godspeed. So let's check out what they're doing. I'm not sure. Oh, I think they're playing Pathfinder because of their overlay. It says Pathfinder somewhere. Let's see. Okay, so first, let's get the raid message. One of these days I'll assign a short command for this. Okay. And yeah, thanks everybody for coming again. I'll get this VOD up on YouTube. I will get to writing the story at some point in time. We shall see how long that takes me. Thanks again for coming in and all the birthday wishes. Big, huge, heartfelt thanks to Killer, who has officially, finally, stunlocked me on stream, live. Stunned me speechless for the first time for real ever. Like, I could not say anything. I could only just let Brian TTS talk. So, yeah, thank you so much, everybody. And safe travels through the Vale. Bye bye.